Hello. Oh my God, why did it do that? That's so dumb. We fixed it. Thank you, OBS, for making things a little bit more comprehensible when I'm trying to troubleshoot stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're good. We're making coffee. Oh my God. You get it all set up, and then you find out that a microphone's not working. How does that happen? What, like, I don't, oh, fuck me. Windows did an update, that's why. So who knows what else is broken because Windows had to do an update. Sweet Jesus. Hopefully nothing else. All right. Fresh ground Colombian or Folgers? This is such a stark difference. Folgers is trash. This is Starbucks Pike, so it's definitely a little dark. They say medium, but it's dark. I love a good French press coffee. French press sounds fancy. It's really not. It's really not. It's, you just, here, we're gonna learn a little bit. If you've never had, just got my order with your squeegee. I got two. I don't want to get one of them dirty. I am the same way. I would have done the exact same thing. You keep one, and then you use the other. All right, so then you take your coffee, and you put it in your press. So depending on how strong you want it to be, is however much you want to add in terms of coffee. So French press is really simple. You just pour hot water in here. These are really cheap. And then you just take the plunger, let it soak for a little bit, and that's it. That's all you got to do. So we got hot water here. I got everything to make coffee here. Because we go through the morning, and we need to make coffee. Because I already drank most of the coffee. So we're going to let that soak for a minute. I should have a stirrer, but I don't. What percentage? We are doing, what are we doing on this? We are doing 35 on the windshield, 5 on the front doors, and 20 on the back. So this will help keep everything soaked. Crack and a French press. Just no like cracks in the French press. Form in at a temp of 210. Yeah, you want to keep it under boiling. Yep, keep it hot but not quite boiling. It is strong. This is also a smaller French press. So the one at home is a little taller, so I usually make more. So this one's going to be a little strong. But this is good. This is going to be blacked out. The coffee or the car? I'm fixing up my shop. How did you get the racks on the wall? They're actually it's a really simple solution. Go into like the closet section of a hardware store, and you will see like dual track hanging basically. So they have like, you take a bar, you put it along the top, and it's got these tracks that hang down, and then you get these little 6-inch brackets that just slot in. Most of these systems are all interchangeable. They'll be under different branding, but there's like there's one by Rubbermaid. The name escapes me right now, but there's so many different types that all kind of like work together. Just go to the closets section in like Home Depot. Yeah, it's really, really a simple solution. And they're modular too, so you can you just find where you want to put the bar, get different size rails, and then you can like space them apart and stuff like that. So, and then you just push it down. And that's it. It filters all the shit out of the coffee. So it leaves more like oils and stuff in there. It's good. It's very good. Very good tasting. I'm a little sad I don't have a mocha creamer, though. I have a powder creamer here because powder creamer can sit indefinitely. So, not exactly like my favorite, but it'll help. Then we just top it off. And we see how it is. I'm sitting in a 1972 camper right now. God help me. My thoughts exactly. A 1972 camper. God help me. Why did you sign up for that one? That was the worst. Oh my God. When I had fucking conversion vans show up, they're like, oh yeah, and you got a van at whatever. And then next thing you know, it's a conversion van. Alligator. Alligator with a 5. Love those new Tahoes. So nice. Yeah, I do too. This is going to be a fun one. Thank you so much for the 5. Oh God, why did it turn on again? Oh, the balloon's back for today. I have schedule pretty clear right now, so that's pretty good. I think that's good right there. A little strong. Eventually, it's just going to be mud. We're going to get coffee so strong it's going to be mud. I like a Challenger, or I like a challenge. It's $3.50 for 5 hours later and $10 in material. I don't like that bet. I mean, $3.50 is decent for the conversion vans, but man, 5 hours, like, the way I look at it is like, how many cars can I do in 5 hours? And then it's like you just price out 2 cars and you're like, oh, this conversion van's not fucking worth it. Also love my green squeegee. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate the phone call yesterday, too. Those green, I love them. I don't want to, like... So, I'm always careful about, like, over-chilling something. But, man, I mean, look at how green that is. It's nice. It turned out nice. You look like you got some weight. Is it cold over there? Yeah, if you go back through the videos, you can progressively see me gain weight. We're up to the point where it's like, man, we gotta do something about this. Yeah, so definitely slow season. You will slow down a lot if, like, you can slow down a lot. So we were still trying to build this place up, and we just had weeks where it was slower in general. And then I'm new to the dad life too, so yeah. Everybody gained weight because of COVID. Hey, Bronson. Bronson with the 2. Happy Saturday, Mr. Matt. How you doing? Thank you. Thank you so much for the 2. I'm watching from a Chevy dealer. They just sold Z71 like that one. They're sweet. I like them. This is like, if these were out around the same time my Explorer was out, I would have gone for one of these. Although, I mean, you're in the full SUV territory here, though. So, Explorer, full-size Tahoe, I like them. I like them a lot. Do you just start the stream? Yes, we're just getting going. I gotta do something about this mouse situation. I have like an old man mouse. I don't even think I can show you guys. You see this? You see this old-ass Logitech POS? I've had this there because I don't have an amazing reason, because it works and it won't stop working, but I got a cable on it, and at this point I'm just like, it just keeps snagging on shit. It's been that way for like a long time. I don't have to use it very much, but good God, I want to just, sometimes I just want to cut the cable really quick so I can just run out and I'll grab another one, but. I'm new to tinting and have been picking it up from your videos, but I'm having trouble tucking the film. Any tips? The whole video is tips towards tucking. Not the whole thing, but we go over like tucking a little bit and pretty much everything. It's one of those. Oh my God, Alex. But if I remember, I will try and talk about it more when we get to that point. It really comes down to practice. There's so much in the videos, but like I don't have anything I can just say. But Alex with a 20, appreciate the inspiration to start my own tint. Oh my God, appreciate the inspirations to start my own tint company. I got hung up at the end. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much for the 20 and good luck. I hope that you are progressing well. That is not the mouse of a tech nerd. I know. Shut up. All right, I know. Like, so you would think you should see the PC in the back, okay? Look, there's points where I will overextend on certain tech things, and sometimes if something's working for a particular purpose, I don't exactly need to go all out on my setup. I'm more of like, yeah, exactly that. We'll overextend on certain things that are very impactful, but if there's stuff that just work well, we'll just go with it. Because I have a treasure trove of stuff at home from, like, I save pretty much all the tech stuff, and then eventually it's like, oh, I can use this in this situation, and this is actually helpful now. So that's how some of these things get the way that they are. But it's starting to become really irritating. But then when you spend like $650 on a wireless HDMI streamer for your head, like sometimes you just put off upgrading the mouse. Would you recommend talking about sweep to install? What? Like removing the sweeps? I don't remove them. Not usually. Very rarely do I ever remove the sweeps. It's usually for a very good reason, if I do. Okay, so we gotta get started, which means that we gotta get started. So we addressed the crimped wire. We put a 90 degree on this. We can still return it. Ugh. It's so helpful, though. It's so helpful. We can would much rather have this, or return this and get a wireless mouse, right? No. All right, let's get this fired up. This monstrosity is just such a joy, though. All right, let me make sure the inside one, no video channel. Whoa! Alligator, what are you doing? Send Alex, who just hit me 20, 2 of the green squeegees on me. Dang! We could probably make that happen. Alex, mytintstuff@gmail.com. So shoot me an email and we'll send out some squeegees for you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the email to best get in touch because I don't have your address in my head. Stuff@gmail.com. Not gmail/gmail.com. That one. Is this live on just YouTube? No. No, this is on Facebook and wherever else people share it. And Twitch. It's on Twitch too. Software, why do you be dumb? Why do you be dumb? Okay, now I plug this in. And in theory, we should have no problem. 1080p 60, this is a good sign. All right, screen's gonna go black for like 2 seconds. Okay, yep, I think I see another audio issue. 1 second. Hello. Oh! Oh! Fixing problems quickly. That is what we like to do. We need to start a trend of chipping in on people who start businesses, like a baby shower, but for a business. Oh, that would be cool. We could like set up like GoFundMe's and stuff. That'd be interesting. Then you're gonna see somebody with a 20-year-old business that fakes it. Nah. It'll be good. It'll be good. All right. Well, looks like we're good. We're going to get started. Going to put this on. And we're gonna go back to the future. Let's go, Marty. There. Good? Good. I'm so much more used to this now. This used to be crazy. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Look at that. Bippity boppity boo. We are free from the computer. Everybody like this video? Yeah, you guys suck at liking videos. I do the same thing though, so like, I don't know. I can't necessarily always beat down on you guys for that. But some of you guys, not all. I can't say all. But some of you guys definitely suck on liking videos. You need to step up your liking game. Where's my knife blades? I had them. God, do you guys ever do that? Do you guys ever have your blades and then you put them down and then they like completely go missing on you? I changed the blade, which means I had the pack. I tossed my green squeegee on it. Ooh. I have 2 packs at home that I keep forgetting to bring. Seatbelts on the rear window suck? I do remember that. Yes, they do. They kind of get in the way. But shouldn't be too bad. What are we up to? Really? Are we only up to 13 likes? Is that it? Those are dog shit numbers. We're going to go out of business as a YouTube channel. All right, so we're going to get this all set. I actually took the time to power wash this thing first because it was a little dirty, and I have a power washer over there, so why not use it? So it's not raining. It's just been rinsed. 14. Shame. Is the Pro Classic 5 20-inch going to be back in stock soon? Is it not? Sweet Lord. I gotta do something. Yes, it should be in stock soon. I gotta Sometimes inventory is not necessarily connected to the warehouse for whatever reason. All right, we need carbon. So we were doing 5%. We're doing 5% on the front windows, and then we're doing 20 over the back. That's going to make the back come very close to almost perfectly matching. It's a really close thing that you can do. So we're blacking this out, not going as dark as we could go, but we're going pretty dark. GoPro. No! Where's my stuff? GoPro. Are we not working? Hang on. 1. GoPro. Okay, that was weird. 1. GoPro. Sweet. What's your favorite drink that's not coffee? More coffee. Smoothies are good. That's probably it for second, I think. Like strawberry banana smoothie. It's hard to go wrong with a strawberry banana smoothie. Does your neck get sore with all the gear? You know, I thought I was crazy to wear just the GoPro while I was tinting. That was enough to get used to. And then the first few times that I wore this, I was like, holy shit, that's a lot. But it's not horribly balanced. So the head mount is actually really good. And the way that it's mounted in the back kind of offsets the front. No, it doesn't. Your neck doesn't get tired with all of the weight. What can get annoying is like if it starts pushing my glasses down into my ears, then it'll just start being painful. Oh, do you like scotch, bourbon, anything like that? Captain and Coke was probably my favorite go-to drink. But there was I was introduced to the Old Fashioned, and those are actually really good. But not straight. Dr. Pepper. Captain and Dr. Pepper. I've had that. That one is all right. Captain and Coke, I always like better. It could be just like any rum and Coke, but Captain was always the cheap, consistent one that was everywhere. So this one is probably going to be a little bit of a long one. Don't drink? Well, if people are asking about it. You should take a shot of Maker's Mark every time somebody super chats. Yeah, no, I'll be like 3 shots in and I'll be done. I don't drink very often at all. Boom. We might have to do something about that. I forgot some new rolls of Glass Aid. I had to do a lot of scrounging today. So I sure hope I have enough to cover some of the main parts of this. I should, but I was getting dangerously close to not finding enough. When we come through in September, we want to give you a thank you gift. Oh, that would be cool. How long to do the entire Tahoe? That's a good question. This is probably going to be a 3-hour stream. Without the stream, so I just did 2 full Wranglers yesterday with strips. But if you add a full windshield, what are we up to now? It'll probably be a couple hours. Maybe a little bit past a couple, like 2 to 2.5. But this stream is probably going to be like a 3 to 3.5 hour. See, we run. It's is thick boy tape. We need just a little bit more to finish that. Windshield especially. And then, okay, we got it here. That's quick? Oh. Not when you have a bunch of other cars to do. That's a little on the slower side, honestly, at this point. I mean, SUVs, I used to do in, like, without the windshield, like an hour and a half. So it usually takes me about a half an hour longer at this point, if I take a little bit more time with everything. But I used to, like, carry in the windshields and stuff like that, too. Alrighty, we are going to save some time. So you want to prep your windshield first, at least the outside. That way you don't tint everything and you get to the windshield and you have to, like, wait for a dryer sheet to dry. I'm using, so I should say, we usually use, what's it called? Dry shrink prep. We're using dryer sheet because I have ran into a few instances with the carbon where I look like I didn't know how to shrink a stupid window. It was really bad. It was like overly sticking, so it's usually really good. But I think it has to do with the humidity, and it was really dry for a while. It's getting much better now, so I just don't want to risk it at this point. For right here. Canon. I want to try the dry shrink prep, but they've been sold out of the kits for a while. Really? Oh. Well, you can find it at Dry Shrink Prep, and also he's got it through another distributor too. I think he's got it through Dragon, so Dragon might have it too as well. I thought I was in a few different places, so I'd search around a little bit. All right. Yeah, Dragon, they should have it. Okay, carbon 5. I think we gotta do it sideways. These are some tall boy windows. That's usually what we've been doing. Sideways. But this is a 40-inch roll. So we'd be really close. Super chat. Goes on back order due to a huge order. It should be in stock now. Oh, well then check it out. Alligator, thank you for the 5. And thank you for clarifying that. You know, we play a lot of like nursery type Coco Melon song videos for my baby, for my 4-month-old. And this one always pops up that tells me the difference between alligators and crocodiles. Crocodiles have a smile. Alligators don't. It was just like, there's so many differences between the two. It was popping up quite often. My daughter loves Coco Melon. We'll put on some other stuff It doesn't quite hit as well as the Cocoa Melon stuff does. And then it's just like 100% focused on the TV immediately. But they got some good ones. Those, the Three Little Pigs, but instead they use ships, like a stick ship, I guess a hay ship, and a steel ship. Dang, dude. That one's like top notch. And some of them are creepy. Daniel Reyna! I know that super chat. I know that super chat anywhere. Mustakuya, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the 10. Oh shit. Is it? Oh god. Here, I'm not tall enough. Look at that. Shit's back up for today. It's you guys already have it about at the point where it's gonna go. How far down should we make these? We might want to do it a little bit farther. Maybe just a hair. Because these aren't deep. But they're oh, no need to. That's weird. It starts up higher on this side and then goes down, evens out. Oh my god! Well, congrats, Daniel. You just freaked the shit out of me. Good job. If it sits there and it's at the point coming in late, but it still had the same effect. That was the balloon. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for that. We're starting the stream off, starting it off right, huh? I should have backed my stool away just a little bit. How did it pop by itself? So if it's all like stretched out and just sitting there, it'll just go. If it's at that point, it'll just go. And I didn't realize that. There was a stream that you guys had it pretty blown up, and I was just gonna leave it for the next one. And thank God it went before the customer got here. But that sucker went off after I was like off stream for like 5 minutes. Good morning, everybody. Glad I could make it to watch the Tint God. Guys and Tint God. I'm totally confused. We can affect how the blue... Yeah, so a while back, I did this thing where I hooked up... I just need it a little bit more. I connected an air compressor to the super chat system. So when you guys super chat, it would fill up a balloon, and then that would blow up and freak the shit out of me. So we don't always have the balloon going, mostly because sometimes we'll actually have people waiting up front. But every once in a while, I just need this to cooperate. I need 30 degrees. I should do that with 30s. Okay, so this one is actually for the other side. GoPro. GoPro. Dang it! Whoa, it made a sound. GoPro. Huh. That's funky. It's, how did you hook it up to YouTube Super Chat? I did a lot of digging. I'm not a programmer. I find systems that exist, and then I try and tie them together. So there's kind of a lot going on for this one. But essentially what happened was YouTube Super Chat Systems works with a service called If This Then That. But I also have this system from before. So kind of a throwback to what I was talking about with the mouse. I had Samsung SmartThings installed. Samsung SmartThings seems to work with like it's a little module that works with a lot of smart devices and stuff like that. So it's like light bulb switches and all that without having to go to Wi-Fi. It was just more consistent. So I paired that up with one of their little outlets. So every time somebody super chats, it inversely triggers this guy, this little guy right here, which turns on the air compressor. So if I push that, it automatically is set up to like shut off when you turn it back on, unless there hits the timer. Okay, yeah, it is a little complicated. But yeah, air compressor goes, boom. Air compressor turns on, people super chat, air compressor turns on, balloon goes boom. That's the end result of all that craziness. This is a heavy. This is a heavy boy. All right. So, yeah, we're going to flip this sideways. Yeah, it came from watching a bunch of Twitch streamers. Twitch streamers have like similar things interact with like chat and stuff like that. And I wanted to find something that I could do that, you know, if you guys super chat, it's like more entertaining than thanks, dude, type of thing. Oh, I remember. Sorry. I forgot part of the system, and I remembered it. I actually have 3 Philips Hue bulbs that are in the back room associated with 3 different super chat levels. So when they turn on, when somebody super chats, it turns on the light bulb, and that triggers the air compressor to turn on for X amount of time. My brother, my oldest brother, he's big into programming. He actually helped me out with part of it, because that was, some of you guys super chatted so frequently back to back to back that we needed to figure out a way to add time to basically a virtual timer. Sweet Jesus. Because the first time that we ever did that, you guys blew up fucking 10 of those balloons in like 3 hours. Good times. Good times. Can I make you a Dogecoin trading robot? No, that's not my specialty. Unfortunately, it's just for, my specialty is just for memes. Well, I guess that's somewhat of a meme, but probably set you up one that'll lose you all your money. We use our creativity to blow up balloons. And hopefully we'll figure something else out. They have these crazy spark machines that they use at like concerts and stuff. There's a way to make all that work together, so that might be my next project. Why did we put these here? These are in the way now. Are we talking about pyrotechnics? Yeah, they are part of the pyrotechnic scene. I thought they were hot, but they're actually, they specifically for like weddings and concerts and stuff. We could do flamethrowers, but I'm pretty sure I'd blow something up with a flamethrower. I don't quite want to do that. But cold sparks, those sound more safe. So people were talking about fireworks and shit. And as fun as that would be, we need something that works with actually having a customer vehicle here. Because they don't. Most people that bring cars here don't realize that blowing up a balloon is part of tinting their car, so, you know. Yeah, we're good. This guy right here. Are you worried about leaving streaks down the paint with soapy water? No, not really. It's not something I like to do. But if you find, oh no. Okay, let me finish that thought. So I have a pressure washer over there, so I can wash it all off, but I wouldn't do anything to wipe down the paint. Connect the super chat with your strobe lights. They're actually connected to the Wi-Fi ones. So it's a little subtle, but when you guys super chat, and let's say it's like a blue or green because they're color coded, they actually flash in the same color that it's associated with. So I have them to kind of just color shift in the studio colors, but then every time this goes off and on, you'll see them like they'll change back to like what they were. So that'll shut off and then give it a second, and then they'll see how they're all blue and the same right now. They'll all shift back to the starting color. So super chat, those will change. But once the balloon has exploded, I think we're pretty much good with it for the rest of the stream. It used to like kind of take away from actually getting work done. So somebody said if you put Twitch in the just chatting category, more people will find you. Nobody's finding you in Discovery on Twitch. Discovery is absent from Twitch. The only way to move people to watch your Twitch stream is external to Twitch. You might get one person, but I didn't even know. I think I'm in art. I think that's what I put it to. But generally does not matter. Okay. That actually, how far does this reach? We're a little farther back. Ooh. We should fix that. because this is going to be a little bit on the dark side, all the way back here. Have you heard of Echo Carbon? No. No, I have not. There's a lot of, like, there's a lot of Reeboks brands out there. So, generally speaking, if I haven't heard of it, it's going to be a Reeboks. So I have not heard of that one. Yeah, how far are we on this one? We might have to move the keg around. Probably do. A little closer. This one's a little more space. What are these? Oh, wonder if there's like a little scuff here. One here too, and up here. That's weird. I don't know what that is. Maybe it should wipe off, whatever it is. Super chat. Good lord. Cannon. John Bowen with the 20. Thank you. No message. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. How you doing? Nope, I didn't miss anything either. Dang. Thank you. That's up there today. What are we? Yeah, let me go through. Yeah, that's right up there, $19.99, and then you are actually top super chat with the $20 by 1 penny. Thank you. Everyone give this video a like. Yeah, you bitches. There's 76 people here, but there's only 22 likes. Step it up. Matt, you have a troll. Someone give you a thumbs down. That's fine. That works in my favor anyways. YouTube don't care if it's an up or a down. They just want to see that somebody cared enough to press a button. That's what they don't want you to know, but now you guys know, so like. Okay, so we got they changed the cutout a little bit. It's interesting. All right, we need a light. Where's a light? 2 thumbs down now. Thank you. Appreciate it. So normally we don't have to do this, but it's definitely dark back here. I usually don't have stuff quite so scooted far back. So that guy. Do we have trolls? We might have trolls. I'm just like, sometimes I space out and listen to chat longer than I should. All right, let's put you there. Yeah, it looks like we'll have enough to do the quarters too. Thankfully. Here we go. Let's pop this down. And right about there. Perfect. Oh, what's the plastic I put? That is such a popular question. That is such a popular question. I did a thing. I gotta make sure if I'm clicked on the right window though. Hang on. Watch this. Carpet shield. Oh, dang. it took the time to type it all out instead of doing it instantaneously. Oh well, that's fine. It was quick still. But that's where that's a place you can find it. It's at Lowe's or Home Depot, but that's what it is. All right, so we're shrinking on the side because you notice at the beginning we flipped the roll sideways. So when you flip the roll sideways, you gotta shrink with the grain of the tint. So that would mean normally we're doing a 24 or a 20 this way, flip a 36 or a 40 inch this way, so you gotta shrink that way. I still try and focus a little bit more here than here, because you want to try and like more of it settles for me there, so I try and pull it all. How wide are those windows? Well, how tall? They're 20. You know, I actually need somebody in chat to help me out with this one. I think they're the same size as what would be on the GM trucks as well. But I don't know for sure. I don't remember. Because on the new Sierras and Silverados and stuff, you need at least a 22-inch roll, so a 24 will cover them. Similar to like the F-150s. The older models, 20s were fine all day long. So on these ones, I'm actually not 100% positive. So whatever people tell you in chat, I'd go with that one. Pretty sure you need a taller roll. They just made them a smidge too tall for a 20-inch roll. They are? Cool. Thank you. Now it's in my way again, so let's put it over there. How does one get a hold of good window film? Right from, like, just contact the company. They'll have different distributors, so it depends on what you're looking for. I now have GeoShield on my own site. Wait for it. My Tint Stuff. My Tint Stuff. Damn it. My Tint Stuff. Fail. We failed. Hang on. I gotta do a thing. Gotta do a thing. What did it think? What did it think I said? Edit. Maybe that'll work. Apply. Let's try it now. Tint Stuff. Aha! There. Links in chat. Also, you can hit up GeoShield directly on their website. And then, like, most film companies, they'll either sell direct through them, so you got to contact them, or they'll have distributors, and then they would have a list of distributors off their website. At least the good. They should have a list on their website. If they don't, then what the hell are they doing? GoPro. GoPro. Wow, what happened? GoPro. I'm thinking there's another bug here. 1 second. We gotta fix something. Oh, it did! You son of a... I knew it. That's why we're having all these issues. Yeah, because the stupid Windows update changed all my default microphones across a lot of software. So now it should work. GoPro. Bippity bop. And we're fixed. Okay. All right. Remind me to never allow a Windows update ever. But then it hits this point where it's like, we're forcing an update. And it'll do it at the worst times. You like go to use your computer and then it'll update. And it's not like the computer wasn't sitting there on the whole time. Just do it. If you're gonna update, then just fucking do it. Tell me you did it. Don't be like, do you want to do an update now? Because usually when you tell me, hey, I gotta do an update, I'm there to use the computer now, thanks, dude. So if you could just like have done that sometime when I'm sleeping, just like my phone. My phone will pop up a little message saying like, hey, we need to do a software update. Do you want to schedule it? It's just like, don't you know when I'm not using it? Just do it then. Just do it. Because they're like forced updates at this point. They'll tell you, they're like, well, no, you've put off the update too long. We have to do it now. Just fucking do it. Just do it. 2021. And they still haven't figured out seamless updates. Do you know what my car does? Whoa! Whoa! Oh! Hang on, make sure. Canon. Damn, Daniel! John with the 50. Got a new RV for my 3-year-old, going to Mackinac. Bringing you a bottle thing. That's why all the questions about beverages. Thank you so much for the 50. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. That is now the top super chatter. Jesus Christ. Well, now I have to... What bottle? I don't know. I'm not much of a drinker. What bottle? GoPro. Jesus. I'm thinking. Let me think about it for a little bit. Because I'm not much of an alcohol guy. I'm more of a technology guy. Yeah, like just any good rum would be fine. My expectations are like my if I like Captain, it's pretty low standards, so. But it'll probably be sitting up on a shelf for a while. Is that tinting a Tesla? Is that the question? Sorry, missed the first part. All right, we fixed this, so we're good. Oh, yeah. Tesla graph. What's the stuff on the door? Carpet shield. Carpet shield. Oh my God. This doesn't stop today, does it? Let me try it again. Carpet shield. No, it's not. It's broken. We're broken today. As for the Teslas, it's an issue that they're supposed to fix. What the hell happened there? That's what I was looking at earlier. I hope this didn't like actually cut the film, which would be really weird. Oh my god, there's a slice in the film. When the fuck did that happen? Ooh, that's nasty. Alright, we gotta recut this. There's like a little slice right there, so my blade must have trailed off and like hit it somehow. I don't remember when that would have happened. Why isn't this going out? Did it shut off on me? Oh, it did. There we go. Alright, let's get this back out. We're just having all sorts of fun today, huh? Huh, boys? Glad we got time. Why would you stop? So this is settings. Sorry, I want to check this out real quick too. Huh? Oh, it did it again. Why? Realtek, that. Okay. It's like changing for some reason. Carpet shield. Yeah, there, that worked. Yeah, I gotta check both, huh? Because if one of them got sliced, I don't know when the other one might have gotten sliced too. But we definitely gotta go look at it. So far, though. So far away. How's your day going? I had a Malibu again. Oh my god. Yeah, we did it on both. Look at that. Ugh. Sad. Sad days. As sad as that is, thank you for that suggestion, because I think I would have found that out too late. Rip carbon. It's all right. Oh, why do I throw away the carpet shield? Was that the question? Because I'm horrible to the environment? I don't know. If it's wet, it's a time thing. So the top of the carpet shield will like soak in at that top edge, and when it soaks in a little bit, that whole, like as soon as you pull it back, that whole top edge will start getting wet. So I don't want to put wet carpet shield edges over the top anymore. So as long as it stayed perfectly dry, yeah, you could. But for me, it's like you could also hang it and wait for it to dry. But for me, it's just a time thing. It's just, hey, it's not very expensive. Well, we have a full video, so we could definitely go through. Maybe it was when the balloon. I think we were on the back doors, though, weren't we? Whatever the case, it had a small little cut in a weird spot that I don't think I've really ever done. You kept saying carpet shield, so the bot posted it again. Hell yeah, that's what we like. That's the idea. It's simplicity. You guys want to know what a thing is? I can talk about it a little bit, and then it's like, well, where do I get it? And then it's like, that's where you can find it. You can find it there. You want to know more details what it is? There it is. God knows I've been asked about carpet shield. No, it didn't catch it. On to you, though. It'll kind of like, it looks for an individual thing. So if you add it in the middle of a sentence, it often won't pick it up. But if you talk about it after the fact, or like separate, you have to have a little pause in there. I'm scared I'm gonna put a little snippet in this. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We good? No miscellaneous cuts in the middle of our film? That's great. That's great. What's your favorite line of Geo? Well, you tend to lean towards the best of the best. So that fucking hell, man. Wait for it. Some of you might be able to see it already, but I don't know how well it translates on camera. We're just not having a good double cutting day. Sometimes it's how these go, though. Just stay positive. Stay positive. Stay positive. Wait for it. I'll show you. Sometimes a tall window is a tall window. And in this case, one of these windows was not tall enough. Dang it. Diggity dang it. Diamond hands. Oh, you better believe. You better believe I'm still holding. I added on that crazy Wednesday or Thursday. What was it? No, it was Wednesday, right? That was when it really took a deep dive. Sweet Lord. I feel like I just started tinting today. Just had a bad cut. Bad cut. All right, third time's the wasted film charm. One, two, three. There we go. It'll stay on longer this time. So, those of you 3 or 4 that are following GME, we had a catastrophic fall earlier in the week. It was pretty tragic. Earnings came out, and like they're for Q4 of last year, but what was left out was forward-looking guidance and motivation and stuff. That's gonna come soon enough. So it went from like 200 something and then fell all the way down to like 118. Wait, what was that? What are you holding for? It can only go up so much. We're holding for the moon, boy. I could go on and on about what's going on. We're waiting for the financial collapse of the stock market and the black hole that GameStop is going to create because of what some financial entities have been doing. It's pretty suicidal on their part. It's definitely suicidal on their part. The question you got to ask yourself, nobody thought it would get this high, but it's not like it'll be $1,000 a share. You're right, it won't. It'll be much higher than that. It's an anomaly in the market right now that is there's some big shit going on. Just look up what are called failure to delivers. and GameStop probably has about 400 to 500 million of them, and the float is about 30 mil. That shit, oh dude, it's just the evidence keeps piling up. Citadel, Melvin, some people are gonna go under. I had a thought. I wonder if they're like purposefully suicidal at this point. If they're just like stuffing it full of failure to delivers, and then they're just gonna tank their own company, and then just try and trade this thing like on the back end somewhere. That's what I wonder. If you've ever seen the movie The Big Short, and that might sound like a stretch, but if you've ever seen that movie, good God, I can't cut anything today. I think I've dulled my knife out at this point. But if you've ever seen the movie The Big Short, we're at a stage where there is so much shit that has been going on. Yeah, you can take a deep dive into the GME subreddit. There's a lot of crazy, but if you dig through, you got to take what everybody says with a grain of salt, of course. But the underlying problem is there. Nobody really knows how high it's gonna go. Sweet Lord, can we just? What is wrong with these blades? Fucking cut. It's like tearing, not cutting. Ew. All right, we're pulling out a carbon blade. I got a problem with the blade right now. I really like you, my friend. If you want to talk stock, hit me up. It doesn't say your name. I might post something in the Facebook group about it, though, but I've had my head buried in it for a little while now. And then most people would hopefully not turn around and make the same bet, therefore it would prevent another squeeze. I got a carbon blade right now. I'm having a problem. I'm at the end of the pack, and I think it's just tearing into the film. It is not cutting. Not how I like it to. So we pulled it down far enough to hopefully wiggle. No, it was definitely cut at some point. It was in a weird spot, so I don't think it was the roll. I think it must have been like how I handled it or something. Maybe I just pulled it off. I had the knife in my mouth and it made a little slit or something. I don't know. There we go. Because this comes down right there. There we go. All right, better. Now we got like fishing line everywhere. Those packs have been bouncing around for quite some time. So I'm guessing it's just dull to the point that it's not really gonna help. Not gonna make things easy. So while the first one, unfortunately, went really well and then we screwed it up somehow. Now let's just do something that we know we're just gonna work. Okay, but yeah, anyways. Now I definitely sound like a crazy person. So some people seem intrigued. So I'll give the rough breakdown of like what's happened. So like there's been some videos, there's been some info floating around, but this is really kind of hard to dig up. This goes way back. So the way the market works, and the way I'm certain things are pretty much this way right now, is the failure to deliver system. So when you buy a stock, you just have it on your account. Well, one thing that has been found out was Robinhood got margin called because they didn't actually buy your stock. They took your money, and then they didn't buy it until later. So when the price ran up to $400, 20% of their platform had the stock. And so they took your money at $40, at $50, at $60, and then they had to try and buy it at $400. They had a $3 billion problem to try and take care of. So they had to get an emergency influx of cash. They halted trading on it. You could only sell your stock because they basically limited the upside of it. So what a lot of these brokerages are doing is they buy and sell, people are buying and selling, and then they're just marking it on your account that you own it, and then they're putting it off on actually getting the stock. So what's actually happened across the entire system is everybody is focusing on GameStop. It's become a meme, and it's the right crazy amount of circumstances to make this work. It's not that it's just a meme. The meme helped feed the machine. You have a really low float. You have a turnaround story. You have a lot of all these little pieces lining up. And so earlier on, what I was saying about the failure to delivers, that goes hand in hand with what is called naked short selling. And that sounds really complicated and weird, but essentially, that means that when they borrow a stock and they short sell the stock, they don't actually borrow a share, they make a share up. And they keep doing that indefinitely. So they're flooding the stock with fake shares, and then eventually they're going to have to buy them back. And the way that they always win is they overflood a particular stock with failure to delivers and naked short selling, and then there's such a surplus of stock so that it only says that it's got a market cap of, look at GameStop. It's got a market cap of what, $8 to $10 billion, maybe 20, I don't remember. And then they drag the price down, and they'll either buy back the shares at a very low price, or the company will go bankrupt because they can't raise capital anymore. They usually target companies that are more susceptible. I thought that who's making the shares? I thought the company is the only one that can make shares. Yeah, they should be. But brokerages are trading shares back and forth all day, and they're not actually finding the actual shares to be delivered to the person that bought the shares. So there's tons of failure to delivers just floating around, because they have T plus however many days to go get the shares. And then they just mark it as a failure to deliver, and then they put it off. So it's short-selling companies. Right now we have Melvin and Citadel. They're short-selling a lot of these companies. Sorry, I'm also listening to some chat. So yeah, they're basically printing unlimited amounts of shares, short selling, and then they count on the company tanking, and then hopefully never have to buy back any shares, and then it just gets delisted, and they made a ton of money off of that. But it gives them unlimited exposure. So if the stock happens to run up, then they have to buy back their shorts eventually. But in this case, they never took defeat. They doubled down. So they're counting on basically, a stock jumps up, it comes back down, they run it back into the ground, everybody gets bored, everybody moves on. Well, the apes never moved on. Can't you go to jail for that? In theory, yeah, you're supposed to fucking go to jail. And the SEC is supposed to crack down on this shit. So how is it happening? Go watch the movie called The Big Short and look at the amount of shit that they did in that movie and look at how many people actually went to jail at the end of that movie. One. The whole housing market crashed and one person went to jail. We said one. GoPro. Woof. Hang on. All right, we're good. So, like, they're basically at this point, they're either doing one of two things. They're either packing GME full of failure to delivers in hopes that it'll eventually die down and people will forget about it and everybody will move on. That's what they're hoping. And if that doesn't happen, then eventually they have to cover. They will run out of cash and they have to cover. Or the stock price will keep getting pushed up. So it's trading anywhere from 30 to 40 million shares, 20 to 40 million shares, I think, on average a day. Some of the low volume numbers are like under 10. And it's still sitting around this level. Selling is by far, there's far more buying than selling right now. Every day. Isn't there a timeline when they have to cover? In theory, yes, but I'm pretty sure that they have lots of little tricky ways to keep this going, like they have been for as long as they possibly can. So I don't know how long that is. Nobody can quite predict. People are saying like March, whatever that quadruple witching day was, where nothing really happened. And then people are expecting a company thing, including me, from the earnings. All they put in the earnings, though, that was really interesting was GameStop has officially put in an SEC filing that over 100% of their float is owned. So an interesting thing is, like, if you think, oh, this all sounds like bullshit, well, go look at all the institutions, look at what the institutions claim that they own, and look at what GameStop's outstanding shares are and what their float is, and you tell me how that's possible. They're claiming to own over 100+ million across all the institutions. Only 69 million shares are actually available from the company. From there, only about 50 million are available to be purchased outside of the company. And you have people like Ryan Cohen, who owns 10, and you have other institutions that somehow add up to over 100 million. Okay, that's a thing. How is that a thing? I don't fucking know. I don't know. And then you get into the whole short selling side of this, and dude, it's an atomic bomb. Oh, I don't mind the questions on it. I've had my head buried in this thing because I thought it was like, oh yeah, it's a silly meme stock. Like all the meme stocks, AMC and GameStop, they're all going up. And then they crashed, right? And I looked at it from the perspective of, it got so much attention and had a little bit of shady stuff going on in the way that it collapsed. I mean a little bit by a lot of it. But then I started reading in on it after the fact, and I was just like, holy shit. This isn't over. There's a legitimate reason besides meme stocks for them running. And it's got all these little right pieces. So, I don't know. The market cap alone is kind of crazy. I mean, like, if they're going e-commerce, then eventually they'll be valued at an e-commerce company. So they're valued as a retail company. So, like, a good example is the company that Ryan Cohen is coming from, Chewy. Chewy is a $40 billion company and isn't profitable. GameStop has $650 million in the bank, and their market cap is at a high share price right now compared to where they were. GameStop's market cap is under 20. So, seems like from where it's at, it's even got room on fundamentals to just go up eventually. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. There's some big entities that stand to lose a fuck ton of money. We're going to sit back and we're going to watch the stock market burn for a little while. In theory. We'll see. This is not financial advice. Is that the disclaimer I'm supposed to say? I don't own the rights to this music. This is that was always the funny one that I saw in the posts from like somebody that when they post a video on Facebook, they go, "I don't own the rights to this music." GoPro. Oh my God. Huh. We have an actual problem. It's got to be... Yeah, it keeps... Huh. Realtek. For some reason, it's not saving the microphone, and eventually it's changing, and I don't know why. Maybe because there was a stupid Windows update. Maybe. But it's somehow changing it, and I'm scared to... So I set the software to recognize the right microphone, and then it's defaulting back to another one for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that, but it is. Yeah, 20/20 on the rear. How much time have we wasted? I feel like we've wasted quite a lot of time, and I got a lot of work to do. Chameleon film seems to be more popular. Are you going to start offering it? Yeah, I'd like to do jobs like that. It's not a request yet from most people. So that's why I haven't like put it up or anything. And then also sourcing one that's not dog shit is the other part. So I have a little extra soap. Uh-oh, I don't know what it did now. I have a little extra soap in the bottle because things are getting a little warmer. Pro Classic and Pro Nano both need a little bit more soap. Carbon slides a little bit better, but I already had my tank full from the earlier appointment, so we just got to make sure that's stuck a little bit better before we try and roll the window up, or else it'll roll on us. Sometimes things go so well, and sometimes we run into random disasters. And in this case, we just couldn't cut a set of front doors to save our life, unfortunately. What a drag. Installation's going good, though. What time is it? It's 2? Okay, we're not doing bad. I guess. We're doing a little bit. A little bad on time. But it's fine. We'll catch up. Why do tinters tint the back windshield in 4 sections? They don't. Okay. So let's grab a new blade, because we still got back quarters and stuff to cut out. But we'll keep the other one. Oh. Yeah, like if you, so I do that too. If you multiply percentages together, it should be pretty accurate to what you see on the glass, but sometimes it's not. For whatever reason, it's just not. Not all the time. So like 20/20 meters at 4, it'll look very similar to 5, which is close enough. Alright. Trying to figure out what I want to do with this. How much do I have left? Because I gotta be really close on this edge, so I think I'm just gonna cut on it. I just gotta be really light about it. So this is this heavy one. This is my 20. Yeah, let's do that. Oh. Duh. One of these guys. So one of these sides should be perfectly straight. And we got that from when we flipped our roll sideways. And that usually lines up with that. Good deal. Now we're playing a game of retracing. Where did I, never mind. Never mind. We found it. Look, we found it. So, just gonna be real careful about this as we pull it away from where we tacked it. So how much room? Not. The answer is not much. Does a carbon have good UV? Yes. 99% of UV, and anywhere from like 40 to 50% in the like IR spectrum. All tint, this is really like a byproduct of the polyester. All tint is going to be able to block 99% of UV. Same for like laminated windows and stuff. So like your windshield, it's naturally going to block UV. That GME though. Did it do it again? GoPro. It's not working. GoPro. IR was the big thing with 3M crystalline. Yeah, IR is the big thing with ceramic and carbon across the board. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. GoPro. Maybe we fixed it. Maybe we didn't. I'm leaning towards maybe we didn't, but we'll see. Only 40 likes. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta bump those. That's what popped into my head. Gotta bump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Seems like the XLR mic at the computer might be doing the commands. You, sir, are right. I switched the microphone in the software, though, and for some reason it was auto-switching back, and I don't know why. I don't know why that was happening, but I told the... It's called Voice Attack. I clicked the button. So hopefully that button fixed all my problems. I don't know. We'll see. These things can be really finicky. Especially when you can be extra finicky. Sweet Lord. GoPro. Yeah, see, I don't know what's wrong with it. GoPro. All right. Oh. We're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of the software. We'll try and reinstall it for next stream. But no, it didn't fix it. Something with the Windows update just totally fucked with all my microphone stuff, settings. Possibly need a software update. Possibly need to reinstall it just to work right. Could be. I also have something called Ear Trumpet that helps separate all the audio devices. So who knows? Who knows what actually is, what the actual little technical reason is, but we're going to be using it for most of the stream. So we're just going to manually switch. Reboot might help. That'll be good in the middle of a stream. You see my problem. After the fact it might fix it, but right now, I'm gonna do and make do. How many rags do you go through? I try and make them last. I don't know, 3 or 4 for a car, maybe more. And then you can like let them dry out a little bit. But as soon as they start leaving a bunch of smears, that's when they're no longer very good at cleaning the glass because they're leaving smears all over it. I don't say I never, ever have to remove trim, but I never like to remove it, and I rarely have to. I would stay away from hard rules with window tinting. There's people that are like, I always remove door panels, or I never remove door panels, you know what I mean? There's always exceptions to everything. So just, you have, the more expensive the car, the greater the risk in, you know, the higher the cost and sometimes greater the risk. On the cheaper cars, they're generally a little easier and whatever to take apart. But there are some expensive cars that are super easy to take apart. So not removing the panels is usually on the safer side of things, but it can come with more difficulty for installing the film. Oh yeah, there's a plexi window on a Fiat. Yep. Yeah, it's the like Fiat L or something. Fiat 500L. It's, at least I think it is. I don't know. The regular Fiat 500, it's all glass, but there's a goofy one. They like incorporate almost like a little door handle cutout thingy into it. It's goofy. Why they do it, I don't know, but they do it. I missed that question. What about domestic? We're going dark. We're doing 5 on the front, 20 over factory on the back, and 35 on the shield. I was doing a Malibu earlier. I figured 3 Malibus to stream in a row probably isn't very good. So we're doing this one. Why doesn't auto work good with plexi, like auto tint. I don't know the exact reason, but it just doesn't. It bubbles. I've heard like the plexi is still off-gassing, and also the plexi might be from like expanding and contracting a lot in the heat. But regardless, if you tint auto over plexi, I've done it, and I've been like, oh, that's be fine, and it wasn't fine. So do at your own risk. At your own risk. Let me get this butt close. It's funny though. I've achieved Zen with, God, I can cut so much better with 30s. I'm just gonna start using 30s exclusively. They work so much better. What was that question? What would you do for the plexi? There's not much you can do, but the one solution that some people use is taillight tint. So I don't know if it actually smooths out with the glue, because they have like a hashed glue to an air release glue is what it's called. So they'll do like either a taillight tint or, no, wait, that is the only one. Oh, no. The other one would be like this weirdo solution called blister free, but I don't think anybody's used it on that. But you need something that sticks to plexi and isn't going to do that. So taillight tint is really the easiest solution that people use. 1, 2, 3. Good deal. I called to get some pricing on blister free. They sounded a little rude, but it was not anywhere near the price of regular window tint. So the situation was, I had a guy roll in with a car with bulletproof windows, and what I like is like when a customer starts telling you how it is and how everything's the same and normal and nothing to see here type of deal. And it's like, well, like, look. You don't know. Just hold off a second. Give me time to look at it. So, like, it pulled in like a regular appointment. And then I went to look at it, and I'm like, this is not a normal thing. And he's like, oh, it's bulletproof. And I was like, oh, cool. Hang on. And then, so we're going over the vehicle, and it felt like glass. It was heavy as fuck. It was thick, and it didn't seem like it was plexi. And then I ended up doing a test window inside, and the glue didn't even stick right. It wasn't even like a matter of, like there was a crack in it, and it fed air right into it, and I couldn't even get the tint to stick right to those front doors. So like some of it, how does that even happen? So some of it was pretty good, but most of it was not. So I only did that one window, and I was like, no. And then it went on to be kind of a little bit of an ordeal. How does that happen? We think that's on the outside. It's not. It's on the inside. Fuck me, we might have to cut this out again. Ugh. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Rip. How does that happen? Things that don't happen are happening today. There was a sliver of film that got stuck here. Okay. I guess that's a thing. Double the film cost for this car. Seems like it. Seems like it. We just can't get a break on this one today. I feel bad too. It's what, 2:30? Not doing horribly, but it's not exactly great. Not exactly great. It was like, oh, streaming it. Yeah, I was streaming it. Mm-hmm. Why did I say that? Yeah, it's fine. It's just like lots of little things. Never, note to self, never stream after a Windows update. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the cuts. But we switched to the 30-degree carbons again. The blades have to be dull, so it started to like, that one was working fine, and then we switched to another one, and it just was not working fine. But we only put out good shit here, so we'll grind through it. This is sometimes how it goes. It's not always the most glamorous of streams, but we'll get there. Oh shit, I'm using the wrong blade. Yep, see? Skipped. That's fine. It needs to be taller. Why don't you plot cut? I don't plot cut because I don't like plotters very much. They're good assistants. You can do a lot of high production work with it, and they just let me down too many times though. So you can definitely get used to a plotter system and do really well by it. Generally not this garbage at cutting a top edge though. Now I'm like in my own head about it, you know? But we'll get there. So maybe we're big blades and we shouldn't be. Yeah, see, like, why did it do that? I don't know. It's just, now we're in this perpetual cycle of, like, I guess we gotta go just higher. It's an awkward, tall angle, though. That doesn't exactly help. Why? Why does it do that? Why you do that? Stop it. It like rolls, and I don't exactly know why that's a thing now. It never used to be a thing, but that'll totally fuck up my whole top edge. Let me get my stupid stool. Hold tight. check it out. Maybe it's not. Probably is. I'm sure there's superior programs. There's one. Yay! Okay, there we go. Top edge was your downfall today. True. True! And like little flippy whatever. It just flipped itself under the film. Okay, so there's like one software that I would trust. Unfortunately, it's locked down to the company, so, you know, that's a thing. I get it. Thought about it. Makes sense. I didn't quite think it was that much of a... Because, let me put it this way. Usually, the things that really do well are the things that scale. And what I mean by that is, like, the more people using a particular thing, the more refined a company will generally make it in a particular way until, like, a new thing comes out. So in regards to software, if you lock down software to a particular company, there's just less users across the board that are using it. So that's why I would naturally think that, you know, quality control would fall off. It's just like, you know, it's not, software is not the only incentive to get somebody to join your film brand. I feel like it's a pretty weak incentive. Like, yeah, we have good patterns, and it's like, well, I would hope so. Don't all of them? But, so they released the software to everybody, and then they got it popular, and then they cracked down on the software to probably try strong-arm people into using their films, or at least expose people to their films more. And I'm sure they got people off of that. But it's like, I still don't... I guess where I lose a little faith is like... Tinters must be relatively... It's all about production work at that point, which I guess that at the end of the day, you're trying to do as many cars as you can and blah, 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 blah. So it takes a little bit of the art out of it, turns it into more of a production line, and no matter what, every window is going to be a little bit different, so some patterns are just going to work better than some other ones on particular cars. But yeah, the reason I don't use a plotter is because any of the existing softwares to me are Garbo, and the one that's locked down is I'm not interested in signing up with a company, so yeah. Here we are. But today, it would probably, yeah, it would have sped things along, I think, in this case. As long as you don't have cutting problems. That's another bag of worms, but it can definitely save time, 100%. It definitely can. If all the patterns line up, it can definitely save you time. Most of the time, like the way to really save time is to have somebody run the plotter. So you have like a 2-person team. You have somebody that runs the plotter, cuts all the patterns, weeds them, puts them on like the doors or the glass boards by the car, however you have it set up. It doesn't save a ton of time if for one car if you just have a tinner using the plotter and throwing it on the car. It's still, because like you're still weeding, you're still loading film, you're still cutting it. So it's like it'll save time on certain cuts, like back windows especially, truck windows, like the backs of trucks. Like this SUV, it would have saved a lot of time, for sure. On the back, you could save a lot of time. Cuts don't have to be as precise on the inside of the quarters and stuff like that too. So I'm not an all-out hater on it. I've used it, and I've just been disappointed a lot. So some of you guys bring back trauma. I try to stay pretty neutral as much as I can. Whether or not I like a system or something, I try and stay pretty neutral because, like, if I'm just always an all-out hater on a particular thing, you know, like people would say, you know, you should bottom load, it's easier. It's like, well, in certain circumstances, yeah, you're right, it would be. It's not my specialty, so for me in this case, it doesn't make sense. Then you have pre-cut kits on your website? I do. I outsource them, though, to a company that has 4 different softwares and specializes it. So if they're gonna be good enough, those are like, they're kind of gonna know what to do as far as the patterns go. But that they have 4 different softwares for a reason. Most shops only have 1 software. And as a DIY solution, like, some people are only so picky. I'd argue in most cases, with a plotted pattern top edge, you're fine. In most cases, you like it'll be close enough, but it's not as good as just hand cutting that top edge in a lot of cases. So you could plotter cut, and then you could get to the top edge and then hand cut it. But then why are you using the plotter in the first place? I don't know. Can we talk about GameStop, though? That's more interesting to me. No, I think we covered that. All right, now little flippies, little tint zoops, like tint confetti. Biggest pet peeve? I don't know. If I think of it, I'll say it. I'm sure there's a few that drive me absolutely crazy, but I can't think of one right now. The window tint business will never go away. I wouldn't say that. Never say never, but it's very solid. It's very solid for this foreseeable future. So I think the scariest part for where window tinting might be changed is cars going, like, this is going to be years out now. So as cars get fully automated, and people, you know, there's a lot of people that lease cars, but they still get tint. It's not a big deal. But let's say you have a car and a subscription service of some type. So you're paying Ford or Tesla X amount monthly, which you already are. But let's say they give you the ability to just, like, you know, swap your cars every so often or whatever, or they handle everything. So they would be, like if cars were more interchangeable, you would see less tint. And then if as cars go fully self-driven, and like cars could go to the point where they're basically like an Uber. So you just summon a car to your house, and then you have it take you somewhere, and then it drives you there, and then you can do whatever else in the car while it's driving you to wherever else you're going. Well, then you don't really care. Like, it's not your car. It was just summoned to you, so you're not going to tint it. So that's like far out, though. But could eventually get to that point like that, I think. I wouldn't be surprised. But with the amount of old cars still on the road and things being expensive and whatever else, it's like, it's just to be good for quite a long time. By then, we'll figure out another business. Like, I was surprised to see glass repair or windshield replacements. It's like there's so many sensors and stuff on the windshield that a lot of stuff has to be actually recalibrated when a windshield gets replaced. So it used to be a very simple thing. Now it's kind of overly complicated, and certain sensors and calibrations and all that. So lane departure, crazy systems. Cars will be flying soon. Who knows? Would it be your next business? I don't have anything in mind. I mean, shit, I spent so long trying to figure out this whole thing. My goal was to make the channel work. Like, that was like a huge thing to try and I'm in a building now because that's the only way I can keep this fucking channel going the way that I want to. I don't see how they can make everything electric. It'll be a gradual change. That's why I said it's a long way out. And it probably won't be everything. There'll probably be like, people will collect gasoline cars. It'll become more of like a vintage thing. But like, who knows how many years out that'll be. But like, there's already a big change and push in the electric direction. Started really by Tesla, snuffed out earlier by gas companies. They just have to make it more attractive. And as soon as it's more attractive, everybody will start switching over. Right now, it's getting there, but it's mostly getting there from a cult brand. But everybody's starting to get pushed in that way. So as infrastructure gets built, as incentives start, if there's more incentives and they just make it more attractive to consumers, it'll switch. That's why they're trying to make everything self-driving. Trying to get that taxi service. They'll price people out of gas. Yeah, that's a big way to do it. You just make gas more expensive and electricity cheaper, easier to come by, faster. Wouldn't you rather just could swap a battery or something? Like that's a little ridiculous, but yeah, it's possible, but far out. I mean, the biggest industry that I think is going to get overhauled that everybody sees coming, it seems, is going to be semi-trucks. As soon as semi-trucks are like the industry proof of concept, and it'll make, oh man, it'll make a stupid amount of money. They're big, expensive vehicles. They need to drive on the freeway most of the time. And then it's just like, so if they have like dedicated ways to go, and then they'll refine them to go down tighter roads and stuff like that, shit. They'll just pay somebody to sit in the cabin for a while, and then as soon as it starts getting proofed out, it's like truck drivers 24/7. Have you heard of Smart Tint? Yeah, but it's not anything that I ever see in cars. It's architectural. It's too expensive. It's too expensive, and it's not anything that looked good in person. Maybe it's probably come a decent way, but the self-driving part definitely freaks me out a little bit. It's only like a computer glitch away from disaster. Is that to open up the seal? Yeah, so this one has a little dealy. So this has a little like overlapped gasket that easily can be pried back. So that's just loosening it up a little bit. Are you referring to transitional? No. At least the impression from Smart Tint that I got was electric Smart Tint. How tall are you? I'm too short. Too short for this one. Normally I don't stand on a stool, but the way this one's been going, we're just gonna make sure we can get to things pretty easily right now. I'm average height. How many days are you tinting? Fuck, right now, 5 or 6 typically. How many famous rappers are from Detroit? Eminem. I don't know. I don't keep up with the rap space. I just know of the rap god. Probably a lot, though, actually. What are the tint laws? State of Michigan is, if you have a doctor's note, you can do basically whatever you want. Or you get it as a restriction on your license. So that's part of the law. The I don't have a doctor's note law is nothing on the front doors, nothing on the windshield, except the top 4 inches, and you can go as dark as you want in the back. So it's pretty cut and dry. It's like, if you have tint there, take it off, or show me the note, and then you can have whatever you want on the back. So you could do vinyl on your back windows, and it wouldn't matter. So it was a system that was abused really, really quickly. I mean, doctors were, I never got one, but I heard from people that doctors were basically just charging fees until till police cracked down on it in some way. But you can still get them. That's still the state law. They're just probably a little bit more careful than, writing a doctor's note to like a 16-year-old kid that says he needs it. which is probably fair. Sounds like California. Actually, what are California tint laws? I don't know. I live in Cali. They don't care much. Oh, well, so that's also a thing to keep in mind too. There's the state law, and then there's the state atmosphere. So yeah, I think somebody mentioned Texas. Texas, they require a sticker in the lower driver's quarter. So you have to have like some little initial sticker, basically. And they'll put that right here. And I've had old shitty tint come up from Texas to get removed. This sucks. Iowa's the same way, except they banned the prescription. Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they ever get around to changing Detroit's again. All right, cool. So we done with the doors, finally. Oh my God. Florida, from what I heard, was 30 on the front and 15 on the back. But I'm not from Florida. Have you ever had backlash from a customer? No. No, with customers, you just tell them ahead of time. You could write it out on a piece of paper or something for them. 28 on the front, 15 on the back. Oh, okay, so yeah, basically 30 then. 28's nice. 28's nice because that gives you like a little allowance with 35. You're not like right at 30. Because the bitch of it is that the glass has already got a little bit of a tint to it, no matter what. So when you pull tint out of the box and it meters at 20, you put that over the glass, it'll meter darker than 20. So you can even do like some napkin. You can even do some like napkin math, and it's not going to be perfectly accurate to whatever you put on the glass. So you just kind of like, you know what you can get away with and cannot with enough experience. But here I've never had to do that. It's really just like, all right, sure. You can go as dark as you want on the back. Do you never detach door panels? Very, very rarely. What is this one? Oh, wow. And that just settles in, huh? Well, that's fancy, fancy. All right, what are we going to do about you? So there's like, what I tell people here is the rule of thumb. And this is what the state law is, and this is what happens on the road. You always have that chance to drive past a cop who's having a bad day, and he just sees your car and pulls you over. They're technically not supposed to pull you over just for tint, but they'll make up whatever excuse, just like they're not supposed to issue lots of fake shares on GME, but then they do, so go figure. You know, there's like what's supposed to happen, and then there's the real world, what actually happens. So you can go ahead and you can try and fight it all you want. At the end of the day, if cop feels like writing you a ticket for something, they're gonna fucking write you a ticket for something. What is this? This is 5. How does that happen? Explain to me. How does that happen? I do that way too much. I do a thing where I will walk around, I'll have the thing that I needed not far away, and I'll walk around the opposite side of the car. And then I'll just be like totally lost. And then I'll see it and I'll be like, well, didn't I just like turn around or walk the other way? I don't know. But it's a thing. We gotta cut this out of the bigger roll. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna put it back here. Wow. You ever gonna put your logo on your car? I don't think so. Maybe like a little stick-on sign or something, but I'm not gonna wrap it. I like the Explorer, but the Explorer has been thoroughly used, so whatever I switch to, I would probably dress up. So I don't know how incredibly much longer I'll have it. It's pretty much just a work vehicle right now. And my wife drives the Blazer, so I don't know. All right, let's see how that looks. There we go. So we're gonna raise this up. We're gonna check. Yeah, man, we're good. All right, so let's chop this off. And now, I'm guessing this is actually only going to be wide enough for like 1. So we only needed to really do, yeah, we're only going to get 1 with this top edge. That's fine. I like leaving this straight here, so then I don't have to cut it. And all I do is look on the inside, and I trace around the rest of it, because that top edge is flat. We're cutting it out backwards though, so this will go on the other side too. So we save. We're down to like the last little bit of glass aid. The rest of it's at home. I just forgot. Something like that. That should be good. Where are we at? Oh, that's our top edge. We can actually see it. Good deal. Yep, right in there. That'll work. Actually be careful. I mean, we're usually careful. But just be careful. Do you typically shrink side windows? Yeah, all the time. Do it often. The only reason to not shrink it is Out of laziness, I think. I think that's basically it. Oh, fuck. Oh, good. Okay. They have the same dip. Sometimes, I'm hoping, sometimes they change these. So on like the older like Suburbans and stuff, what they will do is one side would be this long and the other side will only be that long. You don't really know until you've already made the cuts. And then you go to match it up and then you're like, fuck, I did the thing. Is there a way to flatten this? Probably not. Probably not without this. We can make a flat edge. Hopefully that'll still fit. Ooh, I'm cutting through some extra rubber. Good. Ta-da! Yay. Easy peasy. Once in a while. Fuck, the last day was like Slurm from Futurama. I actually haven't hardly watched Futurama at all. You just shit it out? Unfortunately, no. That would be quite the skill, though. If I could just shit it out on command, but nope. No, it was more complicated than that. I mean, what would you do if you could shit out an unlimited supply of something? Sounds like you could make good money. Oh shit. There we go. I haven't used the dehydro or the sledgehammer. I've seen the sledgehammer in person, but I haven't used it. Have not used it. We should probably move this. I gotta unplug that heat gun a little bit. So even on quarter windows. Oh wait, fuck. Sideways. That makes it. So if you shrink something sideways, you can correct it, but depends on where you shrink it. How far you gotta go. Kind of not exactly the greatest of things to have done there. Why shrink if the tint's already laying flat? It sometimes is pulled up just along the edges. So these ones you'd probably be mostly okay, if not all okay. But you don't know until you get it in there. And on the bigger ones especially is where you have more chance for it being curved. So everything, like every auto window's got just a little bit of curve to it. They don't make just flat auto windows. So I'm a big advocate for preventing potential issues. So if you take just a minute and shrink something, you prevent little fingers from popping up on the inside, and then you can go about your day. Oh God. There we go. So one side is vertical, the other side is horizontal. And so we got one piece from the back window, and we laid out the other one sideways. So that's why we're doing things the way we are. This is just kind of a mess. That's why. It's turning out well. It's just taking a little bit to get there. Oh. Well, we're just going to lower that back down. I was hoping I could lower the seats, but we're just going to have to go in this way. Did you stick clay bars to the license plate? No, it's just they're faded. Looks like an old plate. Always gotta have stuff in the back of a truck. Yeah, it usually happens, but that's what they're for. They're for hauling stuff. Oh wow, they put all sorts of towels down in here. That's cool. So it's actually a little bit easier to get in this way. I think the last set I did from the back, so there's a little bit more room here. Super chat. We sure could use one right now. Thank you. Kendall with the 2. I haven't seen a super chat in a while, so here's one. Thank you. Definitely could use one right now. Yeah, today's just kind of an interesting day. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows all the time. What shoes are those? Oh, those are my dad's shoes. I found the ultimate lazy comfy shoe, so that's what I'm wearing. It's like a fabric Skechers shoe. And the reason is because, one, they have lots of airflow. Two, they're super soft. And three, they have no laces, so you can basically just slip them on. What about AMC? AMC is not GME. What were those? I don't remember what they're called. It's just like they're just a black fabric shoe from Skechers. I went with my wife to DSW. We were just looking for a shoe. I wore these all through the winter. I got into GME and went to $40. I didn't think it'd go back up. There's a lot of people that don't know the story behind it, but it's gonna keep. It's gonna. Can't say exactly what it's gonna do yet, but if you know the underlying story, it's got infinite upside right now. There we go. One done. No more Blue Crush? Which one? There is no Blue Crush. There's a Blue Max and there's an Orange Crush. Alright, let me grab the other piece. So I don't think I'll be able to grab that one. Orange Crush? Started leaving streaks. Oof. Oof. I'm having a tough time tinting a 99 Jeep. 99 Jeep is not going to be fun. I don't have any good answers for you. That's just a tough vehicle altogether. Keep your sides cut as slim as you can. But stuff like that, man, that's just not fun. I hate to leave it at that, but yeah, really, the older you get into particular cars, the harder time you're going to have. So it's just not a great time. Window tinting takes time and patience and practice, and something like that is just, I don't get those very often. Like I haven't had one forever. But if I get an old car like that, you just gotta tell them I just need way more time, and I gotta charge more for it. Was that a super chat? Thank you. I'll check it out in a minute. We're knee deep in the back of a SUV. But we'll get to it. Yeah, so there's just like, the vehicles I get around here more often than not are gonna be new leases, new buys, a lot of domestics. A lot of domestics. And not this time of year, you'll get some older stuff, that'll make life a little difficult, but I finally saw a Grand Prix again, to put it in perspective. Some people have Grand Prix all the time. I haven't touched a Grand Prix in a year, at least, and then I had one. Alright, which way are we? This way, I thought so. Man, drop the ball already? True. Sad but true. Today's been... Unfortunately, this one, like, I was really positive about it. And we just ran into some really annoying mistakes. And I hate... I hate when that happens. But it's an unfortunate thing that does happen. But it was mostly cutting. Just couldn't cut to save my life today. Have you seen a Lamborghini? You know, I actually have not. Those are small little cars too. I was really surprised how small a Lamborghini actually is in person. Biggest pet peeve is dull blades. There it is. We figured it out. No, I just run into... So, every once in a while, I'll develop my own new problem that I've never had before. And then working yourself out of it. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. Every once in a while, it's like a problem that you've never had before, you'll start creating for yourself all the time. Until eventually it just stops. So in this case, the sides, the bottom, that's all fine. Top edges, I don't know. Sometimes I just can't get it quite right. So I still got the full windshield to do. We got the back window to cut out. So all the sides are totally done. We're making okay progress at this point. What I said, this stream would be about 3 hours. We're probably at 3 hours right now. Sweet Jesus, that clock keeps running. So good news. This back window shouldn't be anything to write home about. Standard SUV back window here. We're going to use this when we need it. So here, to like here, you have this little plastic housing cover thingy. So that's that. And then this can be cut out. If I remember right, we did one other Tahoe. We had one of these on stream before, and I remember starting it, and we just had a rough start because we changed from dyed to carbon right near the beginning after we cut the doors out because I didn't tell them about carbon. But this one is full carbon too. When you do a live stream, that takes a little amount of brain power away from everything else that you're doing. So sometimes you just create problems for yourself. Can't explain it. How much is that if you do ceramic? $6.50. The carbon on this one is 4. I have to check. I think it was $4.50. But we're doing a full windshield in there too. This guy's human. The tint god is human. What the fuck? What brand of blades do you? Ironically, NT. So, NTs are really good. Well, okay, both. Let me say both. I've noticed NTs seem to be a little bit sharper on average, but so like what I was saying, it was dull. What can happen is blades can bounce around in a pack, and I think they can start to dull themselves out. But that obviously wasn't the only issue we were having. So those things together, it just was being not fun. But we're getting there. And then you make little dumb mistakes like flipping film one way and shrinking another, and you forget which way you flipped it, and you do the exact same thing on the other side. You always cut both at the same time, and not always. Most of the time I do, but if it's like a frameless, then I won't. I'll try and cut those more individually. It's not like a hard rule, but on a frameless window, the top edge is just way more in your face. So, why are you heating? Oh, that threw me off. But yeah, when you're heating top edges. No, when you have frameless doors in your face, you're always opening them. You're always looking at that top edge or that window when you open the door. It's just I've definitely noticed differences from like one frameless to the other. It's not always the case, but those and chargers. Sometimes chargers can be like way off, especially if it's been aftermarket. Oh, but somebody asked about the heat gun. So heat gun's just a must. You gotta, the glass is flat. Glass is curved. Tint is flat, so you shrink it to get that tint to conform to that shape of the glass. So shrinking, but really you could call it shaping. Oof. Oof. I have a theory. Whoa, no? Really? It's not dead? Huh. I tried to Sharpie, but it wasn't sticking. Interesting. we can push buttons. All right, we fixed it. I don't know why, but I walked farther away from the receiver, but they say it's got a range of 400 feet. That was definitely like not line of sight, but far under 400 feet. Oh well. See? Sometimes you have lots of issues, but the more you have those issues, and the faster you sort through them, the better you get. So we're at the point now where we're doing better. It's probably on that side, huh? See, I do that thing. Like I've said, you go to one side, there it is. Then you go to the other, and that's where it actually is. So when I go to walk for something, I really should go opposite of where I was going to go. That'll fix it. That'll fix it for sure. Do you wash your dark rags with light rags? Is that like washing your whites with your darks, and then make sure you separate the reds or you'll turn everything pink? Well, I have yellow and then I have off-white, so. I haven't put much thought into it. It's oddly enough, just wash them and separate them only because I had way too many rags. So I was like, I don't want to leave the Tint Wiz ones with these ones, so let's separate them. Because I have the big Tint Wiz towels along with the smaller ones. So we just had a lot. We've been putting off washing rags because we kept forgetting. Not today. I mean, we're doing a really, the work is good. Getting there has just been sad. But at the end of the day, the extra time, whatever. It's mesmerizing to watch. I can't imagine when I'm making 5 million little mistakes. I gotta imagine it's pretty cringe. But, you know, I don't mind showing problems. I just, when some of those are just like some really basic ones that I like happen more than once, and you're just kind of like, can we just not today? That's how I feel. Can we just not? Like this one. So, let's see how these all overlap. All right. Yeah. It's a little bit of an odd angle, but we're getting there. Do you wash your rags with your normal clothes? No. I at least separate them that much. Well, I should say, my wife is kind enough to do the main laundry. So, you know, she separates them. Ding, ding, ding. Come on, just give me a little bit. There we go. Shop towels. You guys are weird. Some of the comments. But I appreciate you. All right. Da, 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 da. Hey, that was a nice comment. Thank you. I wish one day I could shake your hand. Probably never because of COVID, right? No, I'm kidding. That's cool. Thank you. Glad it's working out. Stop global warming, tint the world. Tint is the cure for all global warming. You've heard it here. That's right. All that wasted polyester going in the trash. All those clear liners. I don't think we're very eco-friendly. But you might run your air conditioning less. So there is that. Windshield. Carbon 5. Same with the vinyl world. Oh, good point. Yep, we got a little bit of waste. Super chat, Kendall. Kendall with the 5, thank you. What does he say? Last one of the day, take care, buddy. Thanks, man, I appreciate that. All right, now we got the windshield, which, if everything goes well, it'll all go well. Just squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. There we go. We got a lot riding on this. We got some minor touch-ups to do around the rest of it. It's all on there, though. It's all tinted. If it didn't send my message, what? Can I shake your hand with a rubber on? That just sounds creepy. But I get what you're saying. Oh no. Don't do it. Don't do it. You gotta be kidding me. It did it. I can see it. It did it. Guys. You guys know what happened? So we're gonna flip it. We're gonna cross our fingers real hard right now. It walked. It did the walkie walk. Where you toss it, and then it doesn't make it, and then you wiggle it over, and then you think it's covered, and then you cut your edge, and then you look, and it's not covered. It didn't cover, so then you can flip it. Cross your fingers real hard. See, that's what it's supposed to do the first time. So let's check it out. We know We're real close. We good? Oh, we're like right on, I think. We are. We escape by like the skin of our teeth. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Just there. We're just barely there. You see that? That is like, whew. Whew. Any more to do? No, I blocked off the rest of the day for this one. Dang. But that's like not the only problem we'll run into. So I had this one. I did a Malibu. First thing this morning. And that one was very straightforward. Went really, really well. There we go. You see that? Watch. Oof. Oof. Just barely. Good sweet Jesus. Oh, I blacked out the rest of the day? No, I blocked off the rest of the day. Dude, I have been busy all week. And I'm just like, this goes beyond just tinting. It's like, so I tint, then I have orders that have to be fulfilled. I have GME to keep up with. No, then you have home family stuff too. And it's just the sheer amount of time. It's just there's not enough time in the day. So yesterday I had a full tint day. Thursday we actually like took the day off. We were supposed to have a baby appointment later on. Turned out that it was actually on the Wednesday, not Thursday, so we missed the appointment. But then we booked it for 8 a.m. yesterday, so we had to get up extra early, go take the baby to the appointment. Then I had to rush over, tint the rest of the day, come back home, still have family stuff, had orders to fulfill, and then come in first thing this morning, tint more, do a stream, go back home, and then at least it's the weekend, so whatever orders get through on the weekend usually go out on Monday because post office closes early on Saturdays. And then Monday you start it all again. Monday I've got two appointments so far booked up for Monday. I have a full day Tuesday. Got more appointments booked for Wednesday. I have more appointments for Thursday. Booked up Friday. And then more appointments on Saturday on top of everything that needs to be done. So we are busy. How many hours of work? I don't know. I don't really track it. It's just there's always something that needs to be done. So most of the day, there's stuff to be done. Plus, like, some of it is entertainment for me. So, like, it's not all work. It's kind of fun for me to do, so. So then, if you have free time after all that, then I can actually maybe snap down a video to the channel, but that hasn't happened in a little while. How many hours do you spend at the shop? Not as many as you would think. But if I'm not here, I'm doing stuff elsewhere. Not just tint, though. All the other things that I talked about. So what I do here is I'll schedule appointments, and then I'll come in here and do the appointments, have the cars picked up afterwards, and then if I don't have any more appointments, I leave to do the other stuff. So I do it all by myself, most of it. I got a buddy now helping out with some of like phone calls and some of the extra work that has just been piling up now. Because like it definitely isn't like this all year. Like we're in the busy season. So when it's busy, you just, like, this is just a part of what it's like. But when you get into, like, the winter time, there's plenty of times where I didn't need extra help. I wasn't overworked or anything. So now that there's lots of stuff to do, you know, we're getting it done. Yeah, especially at the beginning of the week. Shit was crazy. Like the weekend into the beginning of the week, that was a lot. So, things that definitely help is like stuff that I don't have to put too much thinking into. So like scheduling, keeping track of appointments, keeping track of booking spots, keeping a track of like what spots are available and what aren't, and did we get deposits on those people, and did we not, and did we follow up with them, and like what, like that actually is like an enormous amount of like stupid mental energy when you're in the middle of doing other stuff. Because I'll get a message from somebody on Facebook, and then I'll get a phone call from somebody, and then I'll have something on hold, and then I'll get a deposit from one person, and then I'll have somebody else on the hook that wants to get it done, and they want to leave a deposit, but this other person hasn't left the deposit, but they still kind of have a spot. And it's like, that in like the background while you're trying to do other stuff is just oof. But I've been trying to streamline it as best as I can. So the website definitely helps a lot with that. Like, I totally had no idea what appointments that I had today. I just knew that I had 2 people booked, one for 9 and one for 12. And I was like, I don't remember what the vehicles were because I have all these other appointments booked too. So it's like, I know it was okay. I set it up, and then whatever shows up is like, oh yeah, that one. Okay, cool. Streaming on 2 different platforms at the same time is genius. I got a good tip from a guy who runs like a more like businessy analytical stream, and he said it was really helpful. And So I've been doing it for about like a year, I think. And I think for the most part, it's beneficial, but I noticed like YouTube far outperforms everything else. So unless I'm actively like trying to work the other platforms, like push people to, it's like they don't really pick up on their own. So it's been, in some ways it's good, but not near in the same way that YouTube just kind of like picks up traffic on its own. But it just so happens that YouTube is like where I do everything anyways. So. Are you able to hear both? Yeah, so there's this is all done through a pretty simple software called Restream. It's $50 a month, but they have what's called a chat aggregator, and there's I think a few more that are out now that do the similar thing. So it pulls comments from everywhere that I stream to, and it'll put them in one chat window. And it just so happens that the software also has text-to-speech. So that knocks out another issue that I had before. So I kind of like have to use it for the speech program, and then it's nice to stream everywhere too. Thank you for the super chat. Time for Saturday tint school. We're already a good part of the way through it, but we got installation on this windshield left. So we're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. I said it takes probably up to 3 hours to stream. Oh shit, we're actually not too far off. Probably another 15 minutes to go as long as everything goes well with this windshield. Did I learn to tint by myself? No. No, I had a pretty straight route into it. Who was that? What was it? Daily Tint and Wrap. Thank you so much for the 5. What do you say? Yeah, time for Saturday tint school. Just got more glacé. Good thing just ran out. Me too. I just ran out. Like I meant to bring it in, totally forgot, and I was scrounging around. I had like little end of the rolls. I used like 3 of them. Do you shrink one-piece rear truck windows? I always do everything in one piece. I never have to splice anything. It's not that it wouldn't be easier. No. Just nothing ever is spliced. I was gonna maybe bring up some weird edge case, but nothing I tint is ever spliced. Oh, wait. Sorry, I misunderstood. See, I'm losing my mind. Do you shrink them? Yes, a little bit. I'll shrink them a little bit. I don't know why I misinterpreted that one, but I misinterpreted that by a long shot, especially on a truck. Yeah, so on a truck, I'll snap it a little bit. Not in every case, but hang on. Sorry. Checking, make sure nothing catastrophic happened. Okay, cool. Wow. Lots of Tint Wiz thingies right now. That's crazy. Cool. But yeah, not sure why I misinterpreted that so much. It's just been a day. But yeah, snap shrink them a little bit. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the 5. We needed more coffee. More coffee. There's like, you can get away with not on quite a few of them, but you'll sometimes have little fingers pop up at like the bottom where all that water settles. So it's like if you just snap them really quick, it'll help you out a little bit. But It's not a requirement, but I like, people will ask me if I, why I shrink even side windows and stuff like that. So my rule of thumb is just kind of put a little shrink on almost everything, and that just reduces anything potentially popping up. But then you have people in the Facebook group go, why the fuck are you shrinking that? You don't need to do that. It's met with an extreme opposite sometimes. I don't know why that is. Cool. Soak shield is in. We could probably pop this out, but we don't have to, so this would probably come off. This housing probably pulls down, and then this would probably unbolt with like a little T15 or something. But since we have that nice border around it, and there's so much plastic, we should be fine just reverse rolling it underneath it. I started tinting with gloves and I actually like it. Oh, that's cool. I think the black glove look is actually kind of cool. It like shows like this certain little level of care, I think. The part that drives me a little crazy about gloves is like I want to be able to feel things with like my palms when I'm wiping a piece of glass. And yeah, I want to, so if I wipe off a piece of glass, like it's a quick way to tell if there's like a little speck or something that's snagged on the window that you need to take care of. So that's helpful. And then just like peeling the film, feeling little edges and stuff like that. It's just if I have gloves on, it would kind of drive me crazy. So my reasonings behind it. Why is this? Oh yeah, our tank's over there. Oh, I noticed you didn't shrink the 3-piece ones. Good catch. True. True, true, true. So there's often little fingers I'll have to press out if I don't shrink those, but sometimes I don't shrink those out of sheer laziness. So you cut them, and they're right there, and then you can just peel them and slap them in, and then like if a finger pops up, then you can push it out afterwards, and there's like a lot of space. They're very forgiving. That would be why you might not see me shrink them, which is, yeah, I think in the last few that I've done, I didn't shrink them. So I would still recommend it, though. But try it yourself on one, and then, like, you got 2 there, right? Try it on one, don't try it on the other, and just see what kind of issues that you run into. And that's a really easy thing to, like, pick up from. Like, in this case, what I want to do, what always screws me up, is I'll clay bar one of these, and a clay bar or a scrub pad doesn't allow you to feel where there might have been like just a dab of like adhesive or something, like from a sticker, something that just got left behind, a little, in this case, like what looks to be like a little carbon bit or something. Like, oh, right here, this is perfect. Little thing of adhesive, maybe from a sticker or something, that just clings to the glass in like a hard speck. So I can't feel that with a glove or a scrub pad or a clay bar. So I want to make sure all that is off, and then I'll go over it with something. So like you got the rough scrape, that'll usually take care of that stuff, and then clay bar or scrub pad, whatever you like better. This is a really big dot matrix. That is sad. Austin mostly do trucks. Need advice from the Tint God. You guys in Tint God. You're welcome. I'm glad I don't like newer trucks. If I got newer trucks all day, that'd be great. Where I always get sad is a old F-250, old F-150s, old trucks. Ugh, those things drive me crazy. The ones with the little quarter windows and stuff like that in the front, the vents, the old school vents. I remember those. Send glass aid out to where? Germany? We have international shipping. It's just expensive, and it's through USPS because they're unfortunately the most economic carrier out of that. They're iffy. Like some packages they make it no problem, and some get hung up for whatever reason. Like I've had people order and it's taken 2 months to get there through USPS. I just don't have. I mean, I could maybe look into like DHL as a possibility, but I've asked DHL how much it is to fucking send a package, and they'll charge me anywhere from like $150 to like $250 for something relatively small. I'm just not a big carrier, so I ship a lot of USPS, but I don't know. It's just international and stuff like that is, I think you need like lots of volume to get discounts on that, or a proper system. It is. Oh, I should mention. Glassade is at three different distributors, 3 or 4, 3 extra distributors. So Tint Depot has it, 44 Tools has it, and Sun Distributing has it. So they do far more shipping than I do. So you can check also with them and see what they can do on international shipping. Any of those places have it. We're back here, right? Yes. I'm not totally losing all my mind. Just some of it. That is the clear crust compared to the orange. You gotta really crank down on the orange or on the clear. But what I like about it is that it seems to slide better. So my orange crush, I'm not sure how often I'd have to replace it, but it's gonna be more often than I generally like to. So what was happening was I'd get some use out of it, and then it would start leaving orange crush marks behind on the film. You can wipe them off with the towel, but you have to like put a little bit of pressure on those marks to get them to wipe off. And that kind of is not something I want to see out of a squeegee. It always made me feel like I was going to scratch the film. So it was fine, good deal, and then started marking up the film. So we switched over to Clear Crush because at the time I had the clear, the yellow, and the orange all together. So I'm very familiar with the yellow, the flat out, but I was like, I don't think I've actually really used the Clear Crush for any extended period of time. So I was just kind of like, let's see what it's like. I have the same problem with the orange. Just stick with the Blue Max. The only thing I don't like, I like the Blue Max a lot. The only thing that kind of drives me crazy is how fast they nick up. Then I got so used to using like the Fusion material, like the material that the Fusion squeegees are made out of, hit the glass a little bit softer too. So it's like I switched to the Orange Crush, and then all of a sudden it's like, bah, bah, bah. I'm like, oh shit. It glides really well, but it nicks up pretty fast. I think I had it within a car. It was a brand new Blue Max. I think I had it nicked within like a car. And I was like, oh, I remember this. Dang it. What's your opinion on putting a tool back in your pouch without wiping it off? You just have general dirt that builds up. I don't mind putting it in, but when I take a squeegee out, sometimes I'll give it a quick wipe off before I put it on a window. Especially when I'm taking a squeegee to film, I'm like constantly wiping off the end of the blade. Thoughts on Avery NR? I really liked Avery NR. It sticks. It sticks pretty hard, but so does Geo. And it's got this clever little adhesive that doesn't, like, it's easy to pull off the glass if you have to do like a removal or something. The glue sticks to the film and not the window in the event that you have to like peel it off. And all the Avery jobs that I still got floating around, I haven't had a film failure in it yet. It's been out for, I want to say a couple years at this point. Avery NR hasn't been around for super long though, but I really liked it. It's just their upgrade path kind of let me down. Because like the reason I even used NR was like the vast majority of everything that I was installing was like a color stable film. So that needed to be like a workhorse film where you didn't have to baby it so much. You could just do an install, move on to the next one, shrink pretty well, was reliable, looked good, matched most factory windows, stuff like that. Like just everything that you would want is like you just need a nice, easy working film where you can get some work done. Good daily driver film. It checked all those boxes. But for NR Pro, that was what was out before NR came out. NR Pro has a little bit of carbon and dye in it. So it's like a hybrid. It's a dyed carbon hybrid. And carbon, unless it's like completely carbon, doesn't give you a lot of heat rejection, being kind of like diluted in that way. And it had a little bit more low angle haze than I would have liked to see. So like using it to match front doors and stuff like that. And then you have somebody with like, you know, nice clear factory windows and they look at the front windows. And then every once in a while you get somebody that's like, it looks hazy. Why does it look hazy? Oh, because it's got carbon in it and a little bit inferior. They're just like, can I not look hazy though? And then so as soon as NR came out, I switched immediately to just, I was like, I just want a NR. Thank you. But I haven't seen them in a little bit, but I don't know if they would have changed anything yet. Do you whip standing up or sitting down? Watch me. I only nay when I whip. Is that what? Watch me whip. Watch me nay. Probably a different thing. All right. We're mostly there. Mostly there. So, soak shield corners. Oops, we lost the sprayer. That's okay. There we go. We should be good. You just got to be careful about a soak rope pressing up against the film in the corners. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that drives me crazy. Is like, I don't have really a better solution. I think maybe shoving a towel in there might be a little slimmer, but it's not going to absorb as much water, so it's like, eh. Plus the rope's pretty convenient. But when you have a soak shield and a tight windshield, it's like, oof. Do I swipe? Swipe standing up or sitting down? Well, I'd hope sitting down when it's appropriate, or standing up. Unless you guys are trolling me. Like here, this is where you gotta be a little careful. So when you squeegee it out and when you press it out, you can have that edge like just pressed up a little bit. And then you could crease that lower corner. And if you crease that, bad times. That is, from the driver's perspective, it's in a lower corner, but when you're walking around the car, it's like, it's the lower corner that's like right by your eyes. So it's like when you see that shit, you're never gonna unsee it. It's pretty much done. See that? See the way that it's kind of like flipped? So let's make sure that the rope, see? And it's right there. Make sure whatever pressure that rope is putting on the tint isn't enough to get it to stick. And then our sprayers are on the other side, right? Super chat. What was that? Jimmy with the €5. Thanks for the NR information. Oh, you're welcome. Oh yeah, they are a little bit more international. They're a brand that's pretty easy, or easier to get more globally. So it's easier to recommend something like that around the world. They're made in they have their own manufacturing facility out of Israel. So they were like, what I liked about Avery was like they were a bit of a they were different. They're a 30-year manufacturer out of a country that you don't normally hear associated with anything, like, or anything in the window tint field. There's like, you know, people rag on Chinese film because it's super sketch. You hear Japanese or South Korean films, which are generally pretty good, but sometimes don't quite stand up in the U.S. with just like the films can feel different, and sometimes the adhesives don't last here, or I guess it just depends on the quality of the film. And then, so where else? Then you have Gwari out of India. They have a pretty good name. And then Eastman and some other U.S. manufacturers. And then it was a company called Haneda Tech out of Haneda, Israel. And then it was just kind of like, oh, interesting. I honestly thought it was Japanese when it came out. Is that 35 ceramic? No, it's carbon. Avery makes great vinyl. Yeah, I hear really good things about their vinyl. All right, where do we put it? The last thing that we need. I think we hung it, if I remember right. See, I did it again. Walked all the way around. Didn't find what I was looking for this time, though. That green Libman. Where do we put... I guess we could use this. Where do we put the green Libman? It's somewhere. We set it on... I'm so dumb. We used it before we even installed. How much did you charge for this one? Let me double check. But it's an SUV. Hang on, I'll tell you in a second. I just forgot offhand. Oh, there we go. $495. I should have my pricing right on the top of my head, but I don't always get an SUV in carbon. But this one was $495. How much not carbon? $280 for the sides and the back, and then $130 for the full windshield. Carbon. Oh, god damn it. 2. Hang on. It could be dead. I know the focus is off, but we got that pretty blurred background, right? GoPro is not dead. This is, though. This is a quick fix, though. This is the battery. This pops out. You see this? You see this interchangeable system? This is the HDMI transmitter. Then you get a Sony LP battery, and then we Velcroed it to the back, and then it fires back up. Then it tells me no video. So we got to start it up from scratch. $1080p 60. See? Look at that. 1 second. Boop. Boom. We're getting better. All right. We're pretty much almost done though. We got a little finger right there. So we gotta press that guy out and we're gonna wipe off the whole thing, check it over. Lots of space here. This is looking tasty. Has anybody asked if they can tint their side mirrors? Rarely. I tinted a rear view mirror before, but it's side mirrors were nobody really asked about it, but they do actually make something for it. I think there's actually good potential for side mirrors because there's a lot of non-auto dimming mirrors. And headlights got super bright. So it would actually be like a cool thing to add. I think it would do really well if somebody came out with mirror kits. Like super easy to install. They're cut to the particular mirror. And then just go from there. The challenge is getting that database together though. But I had an idea to do it. So this would be a pretty simple one actually because you have no edges. It's all just like, there's no plastic border. Sometimes you have a plastic border that sticks up. And that's where it would be tricky to make sure your cuts are pretty exact. Unless I guess you just do it so there's a little gap. But I had this idea. So if anybody wants to do this, feel free to steal it. So they sell, you have a site, and they sell replacement mirrors for pretty cheap. So you just price it appropriately, and when somebody orders a kit, then you have to order the mirror and then scan the mirror in a way, log it into a computer cut template, and then you could cut out as many as you want. So you have that initial cost on each one, and obviously there's a bit of a delay with the first one if you have to like order it, but sometimes you can order them, like distribution on those can be pretty quick if you're a glass shop or something, so you can get a hold of one pretty quickly, cut it out, and ship it. But yeah, I think you could do pretty well. It's just selling the idea to consumers. Or having a nifty website. So if somebody wants to steal that, I don't have enough time to take on that one. Sounds like it'd be halfway decent though. But if I see something anytime soon, I know where they got it from. Alright, we're gonna grab oh, we got them there, cool. For the corners, use like a little angled bippity-boo, little corner tool or something. And make sure that edge stays down as you pull out the rope. Because if that corner flips, you're not going to have a fun time. I made that look easy. Go watch the rest of the stream and see what kind of easiness we had too. Ooh, we made up for some like just general annoyances. So sometimes parts of it just like little problems stack up. So, but the windshield, I'm glad, very glad. They have a really big dot matrix, unfortunately. That's what really, maybe that's my pet peeve. Maybe it's dot matrix. It's like the one thing that can make a really good tint job not quite look as good. Any tips on a Dodge Caravan? There's a video I have. Also, that is one of the few cars that actually has some things I can say right off the bat. So the sliding glass doors have a ginormous plastic piece in the way. It's still got a piece of metal behind it, but you can pull up and yank that out and free up some more space on those back sliding doors. And the back glass is kind of bubbled. It's pretty round. It's not that hard to shrink, but it is a little bit tight. And you have a spoiler that butts up right against the top of the glass. So search my channel for a Dodge Caravan back window, and it breaks that whole back window down for what you need to do. You're welcome. There's a lot of cars that I just, they're all so similar and stuff, but that one actually has a few things that you can do to make it a little bit easier, which is nifty. Aw, good. There's just little water spots on the outside. Sweet. I like that. I like when that happens. When you have a little spot and you're looking at it and you're like, I hope that's not in the film. And then it just wipes away on the outside. Yes, please. Wow. I think we need some tables or something. I've been looking around, but I don't know quite what I want to do yet. This is carbon. Oh, is that box? Oh. What do you do if somebody wants to keep window tint, flaky window tint on a rear window and they want to keep their defrosters? Tell them to replace their back window because it's likely not going to happen. So you can sit there for hours and try and peel all that off, or just tell them to go get their back window replaced. Those are the two options. It's a lot of labor. It's going to take a lot of time, and I've done it, and I would still do it. But it's just like when you get into removals like that, sometimes the actual cost of going to get it replaced is very similar to just getting it removed and replaced. Because a glass shop could just like cut it out, glue one back in most cases pretty easily. Like they don't have to take a bunch of stuff apart in some cases for back windows. But you as a shop, you got to charge accordingly too. So maybe just you're not necessarily going to save their defrosters. So the only way to try and save the defrosters is to use a steamer and go slowly. But if there's like if it's just flaking off into tiny little pieces, the longer you leave a heat gun, or the longer you leave a steamer on it, the easier it's going to be to take it off. But it's got a bake. Steamer didn't really work either. Then just cut your losses. That's just it. Like, so I actually get it pretty easy up here. Most tint, at least, is not baked to the point where it flakes off into tiny little pieces up here, but we do get that from time to time. So I had this one, it was brown, it was from Texas. I know because it had a sticker on it that said from Texas. I actually had two of these, very close to each other. One was on a VW. One was on a VW Golf. No, a Jetta. It was on a Jetta. Kendall! Kendall with the 2! Thank you. Thank you, I really appreciate that. But we had this one, it was from Texas. They bought it out of state. They brought it up here just to ruin my day. And it was just a mess. I took one look at it, and I was like, look, either this peels off easily, or it's gonna flake, and it looks like it's just gonna flake. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. It was just flaking into little pieces. And you have the deck lid in the way, and we had other appointments that day, and it's just like, no. This isn't gonna, this isn't just your average removal. This isn't gonna work like this. So the customer didn't know that. Like, they're just like, yeah, I just need it stripped and retinted. And it's like, oh, okay. And then so you get in the shop, you figure out the problem, and you're just like, all right, we got to readjust here. So they talked the guy into replacing the back window, and for good reason too. He's just like, look, this is what's gonna cost to replace the back window. It'll be faster. You'll have a brand new back window. There won't be any scratches. If we try and remove it, we have to charge you for taking apart the whole deck lid, and all the stuff is in the way. So it's gonna be a big project. And the guy's like, yeah, just replace it. So you'll run into situations like that from time to time, especially if you're in a hotter state. It's not fun. It's just not fun. But being up here in the north, we don't get as severe of removals quite often. So most of the removals, they can be tedious to take off, but at least all the film kind of pulls off in one sheet with enough time. It doesn't just flake apart, but I've had it. Definitely had it. Whoa, baby. Good. Other than a plastic razor, what do you recommend? On a removal? I wouldn't use a plastic razor on a back window removal. Well, it might help, but use a adhesive remover. If you're trying to get it to flake, it's just heat it up with the steamer, push at it. But if it's not coming off, there's not much you can do. You really have to let it sit with a steamer, and if it's just not, then kind of screwed. Client says I have someone that charges less. Me, I have clients that pay more. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, I got a whole bunch of notifications now. Okay. Yeah, let me make sure this is all set. Let me take a picture. This thing should be actually all good to go at this point. Well, we just did a lot of little touch-ups right now. But everything is looking really, really good. Worth all the pain and suffering that we went through. I had something in mind. I had one thing in mind, and I forgot it. I'll remember. The key. Oh yeah, I hung up the key. I always leave a door cracked. Always. Unless... Shit. Always leave a door cracked, not latched. Unless I know the key is for sure outside the vehicle. I've had some bad experiences. Oh, this looks good. Dang. I think I want to turn on the headlights. Plus, yeah, boy. There we go. Turn on the lights for a picture. So we did 35 on the windshield, we did 5 on the front doors, and we 20 over the back. So you have a nice even limo tint over the whole back into the front. It's like the only... Ooh, that looks good. Ooh, those shut off. Nice, that looks better. It's like the only way, so factory's 20, you put 20 over 20, you get like 4. But when you look at it, it's like near identical. Well, plus you have the factory tint on the front, like just that slight tinge. So this, from front to back, when you do that, it looks near identical. It's really nice how that just happens to match up. And then we did 35 on the full windshield. The only part that's letting me down is that dot matrix. That'll dry, but it's such a big dot matrix. Really kind of craps up my windshield. So like, if there was a lot of water sitting in between here, you want it to dry out evenly so you don't have a distortion, but I wouldn't say there's any good solution for it. Unless you're going through and trying to sand somebody's windshield. Either trying to sand their windshield flat and avoid scratches outside of that little dot matrix area, or we locked ourselves out. Just kidding. Can you get a close look at the matrix? Yeah, we'll get up there. So it's evening out right now. It's just drying, but you get the problem here. Until it all dries out, once it dries out, it'll look even. But you got that silvering. All the water that really can't see it because of glare. Oh. Well, tough. Look, you see that maybe? I hope. I don't know if you can see it, but we're falling. I'm gonna purposefully let a little bit of air in here actually. Can we please? Just a little bit. So I just want to make sure this is going to dry evenly. That's the only reason I'm doing this. I would much rather have an even matrix like that. So let's see how it looks now. Yeah, I'd much rather have an even matrix that's all silvered than have a sketch one that's like half dried out and half not. So I'm sure people would feel the same way. Sometimes you'll have them dry out like a little mountainscape. But if it's looking pretty even from the beginning, yeah, that's just water up there. That'll dry out all evenly. Good deal. Same thing with a border. If it all dries out similarly, people like people like to be all uniform. So as long as it looks all uniform, makes sense. Rough one, boys. At days like this. Ugh. So it'll be a white spot? Yeah, it'll be, you can see it a little bit in this camera. So, this. See how you can clearly see it up there, right from that? Yeah. Alrighty. What green card is that? Where did you get it? Ooh, I'm glad you asked. That's the Detroit Tint Studio squeegee. We had them custom made. Or I did. I had them custom made. They look awesome. You can find them at mytintstuff.com. Hey! I did a 64 Impala. Your Glassade is, your Glassade clay bar is fucking awesome for old vehicles. Glad to hear it. Thank you. Glad you like it. That means a lot. I haven't tried it on an older vehicle, but I'm glad it was helpful. That's super cool to hear. I like it. Thank you. Aw, thanks, man. I like them too. They're like the only bright green squeegees out there, so. Alrighty, boys. We got to call out some super chats and end things. I got to call a customer and deliver this one. We definitely went a little later than we thought we would, but the car looked really good. Wow, a lot of support today, too. Big shout out to Alligator, Bronson, Alex, Alligator, Daniel, John, Kendall, John with a 50. Jesus Christ. Kendall Kendall with a bunch of them. Daily, Jimmy, and Kendall again. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for those of you that stuck around this long. Not all the jobs go super smooth. And so there's something going on with me and Top Edges right now that we're just not having a lot of fun. So every once in a while we run into those issues. But, you know, at the end of the day, everything turned out well. We have a killer job here, and we scheduled the time for it, and we scheduled accordingly with it, so it's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, thanks for everybody that hung out, too, and as always, I will see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Haircut time. I should get one tomorrow. I think it's about that time. What percent? 35, 5, and 20. So it's